fact that I give you guys one per session, but when you guys start doing stupid shit, epic shit, or other things like that that are heroic or otherwise villainous or whatever like path you guys decide to go on, you're gonna find you get a lot of hero points and that you spend a lot of them.
I'm technically on time.
Sure. I'm not gonna even check the time. I'm just gonna agree with you.
It's 5:59.
Okay. I mean, I give you a 15-minute window anyway, so as long as you're within 15 minutes of the time I said, I'm gonna count it as on time.
Because it's a typical suspect being late. Am I right, Last Heads?
He also has a typical penis. There's nothing impressive about it.
I'm always here on time. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're Australian. There's nothing on time about
I
you.
was talking about the only colored person in our group.
Oh yeah, he probably left.
Last Heads? He's British, technically.
Actually, I'm about half black and heritage.
Yeah,
Coming
you're
back.
not.
No, yeah, one of the first. I'm pretty
Nothing
sure
wrong with
she-
that.
like,
The British, though, that's a little dirty.
From what I know is I have a little bit of British, at least. I know that.
This is coming from somebody who has British and Welsh blood. It's dirty.
Oh yeah, it's fully dirty, but at least my one is actually more dirty, actually.
Well, you're Cockney, so yeah, you're filthy as fuck. Like, even filthier than fucking Welsh.
But to be fair, if you're like, the only thing filthier than my blood is like if you were like royalty or like a high privileged British person, like that's like shit's like beyond.
Just the general Italian person is also pretty filthy.
At least my
Though
British.
they have one redeeming factor for their bloodline. They have Moorish blood, and that gives them a few points. Though most of them reject it for some reason.
At least my British ancestry were trying to get food for their children instead of holding the food so people could die.
Yeah, but they were Cockney children, so I mean, the karma kind of balances itself out there. All right, so we're just waiting on Aztec, but just a quick refresher. You guys did get a skill point last time. So you would have a total of 2 skill points to spend, though I would advise you saving some.
I'm still saving mine.
You guys were given an offer to work for Inferno Corps after your foray into the Drider tunnels and your capturing of the Chupacabra. If not for the fact that you guys had cameras on you the whole time, you would not have had any proof that you dealt with the Chupacabra, but lucky for you, Blackjack, and several recording devices on your gear were keeping track of that shit. Hey, Aztec.
Hello.
Just refreshing everyone, you have 2 points to spend. You just made it out of the Drider tunnels. Your shit was recorded, which is why they have proof that you guys dealt with the Chupacabra, and that you guys are going to end up getting a bonus for brokering Spider Piece.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh. See, we were good. Like I swear, we were like the good guys here.
Fucking Spider Piece.
Sort of. Driders are not really known as good guys, but you were friendly to them and took down your target with extreme prejudice, which happens to have caught the interest of a corporation known as Inferno Corps.
Hell yeah. Wait,
famous for being run by demons, specifically Asmodean demons.
So, are you saying they're oppressed by my railgun abilities?
Sort of. Demons, as a generic people, are relatively evil and cutthroat. And they're not necessarily against the greater good. They are seen as a necessary evil, as their business acumen and talent with magic and warfare have been instrumental in beating back the legions of the void.
Oh,
Knowing most demons go by some sort of title because having a name for them is something of power. If you have any sort of skill in ritual magic, you can use it to either gain power over them or use it to bind them to a task or place. Most demons keep that shit to themselves unless they have been specifically bargained for their name, someone dregs it up from obscurity, or they specifically trust that person. There is one exception, the leader and owner of Inferno Core, a demon, an Asmodean demon named Malakath, who publicly states his name as an open challenge for anyone who dares to try to bind him. They are
Wow.
known
Finding a demon
as the
work.
wet workers of the corporate world. Any dirty task, anything that other corporations can't be seen doing in the public light is their forte. Kill a tribe full of pygmies to give Nestle the rights to the water in the area? Inferno Core is your guy. Save a kitten from a tree for a bar of gold? Inferno Core is also your guy.
Wait, so we haven't made a decision yet, right?
No,
No.
I'm just describing the corporation. You guys went to sleep last night and you made a plan to work with the Inferno Core representative in the morning to meet with them. Sorry. Looking at the dossier, you see it is a succubus known as Mismanagement. That is her title.
that is a fact. Okay. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you guys. My character is gonna read the report on why they want me, and like took out the enemies with extreme prejudice, and like, wait, I was the one to do that, and start like shedding tears and turning around to wipe them away.
They've also been known to do shady stuff like kidnapping powered children to turn them into child soldiers. Other things like that.
I don't give a fuck. They want me. I'm gonna be honest.
Their dossier
They
that
treat
they
us people
sent,
I care for.
the GDIN, the report they sent you, has them stating you as extremely desirable for recruitment.
See, they don't want me. I think I have to go.
You are seen as an S plus asset for versatility. Aztec, you are seen as an S asset because they don't entirely know your capabilities, but they know they're outside the norm and extremely powerful. You also have a little mark next to your dossier that says yet to be classified. Artie, yours is seen as S++ as well as a super S+ terrorist threat.
How do I have a terrorist threat? It was
You
my
are
idea to
marked
be
as someone
diplomatic.
to be marked and watched extremely closely because if you are nurtured to power, you could, in theory, wipe out the solar system with a single burst.
This is
You know,
only game, by the
these
way.
people,
But
they
why?
seem like they have wisdom. They
But
seem like they
why?
have.
It was my
They
idea
seem-
to be diplomatic and not kill anything outright.
It's also marked in your file, which is why it's seen as favorable instead of marked for extermination.
Nah, you listen. I'm not trying to be a villain, but you guys are pushing me.
The small document changes and says in the common speech, good. We like villains. We pay them extra.
Well, I'm in. Honestly,
Yeah,
I
I'm in
I'm
too.
not
They want
sure.
where I
It's
come
not-
from, people do worse.
The
I'm
problem
I
is,
assuming you
think,
guys have woken up and are speaking this all over a very fine breakfast. You guys woke up to a robotic servitor having laid out a general fucking smorgasbord with very fine looking breakfast foods.
Oh, I'm going to
so my
absolutely dig the
bread's a
fuck
bit
in.
moldy.
I don't know if I want to work for people who, if I say no to, will explode in my head. You know what I mean?
Don't we
So
already?
You also see a small container, one of those little like catering containers with the open sliding tops, with your name marked on it. When you slide it open, you see a selection of exotic rare earth minerals in powder form and in salt and pepper shakers.
Oh my
Of
god.
course he's easily bought. Of course.
Oh,
This
Right.
is just standard GDIN breakfast, bro. This isn't them trying to bribe you. Trust me.
I know,
If they
but
be
it's
trying to bribe you, it'd
different.
be with something like a spaceship or something
I
stupid like that.
for reference already, I usually grind up my metals and put them into like an alcohol solution and just drink it as shots. So this is wonderful. This is decadent.
It's rare earth minerals in the form of like salt and pepper
Seasoning.
seasoning
Yeah, that's fucking beautiful. This
for
is,
his breakfast food.
I never.
One of
I,
them specifically is marked as uranium, and it comes with its very own containment field so that you can be affected, your food can be affected, but those around you can't.
But hold on.
I
hold on,
have
hold on.
no need for uranium, so I'm gonna pass.
But also,
It's there.
there's many other corporations, right? I have a pretty high ranking regardless.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah, it's the first one. Yeah.
Quite a few other corporations, but only one has given you guys an offer.
Well, can we buy? What's the best one? What's like the peak?
Hold up. Remember
Yeah. Where
last
do they
time
rank?
What's the
if you
seven?
have a
What's
meeting
what's
with the was it a secretary or like a higher up, or was it the CEO itself?
What are you asking,
He
Bless?
said that we can have a meeting with somebody if we want
It
to.
is one of the recruitment succubi, one known and handler known as mismanagement.
Let's get a meeting with them. Why not? Like,
What are?
I'm
Oh,
more on board, but if Artie's a bit unsure, we could.
I'm
have
I'm on board. I'm not even against the meeting. I just want to know where they rank in comparison to.
They are considered first among corporations. They do, however, lack any meaningful amounts of territory on the surface, which is where they're in something of a gray area. Most of the other corporations rule their territories like oligarchs. Inferno Core has essentially warehouse districts that work like embassies within a lot of other people's districts.
Okay.
Seems like we get to travel too. Like, this is a win-win. We get to travel. We get to kill shit. We get to eat metals.
Listen,
I
I
point
just
to.
know at some point someone's gonna be
Aztec.
like, do this, and then I'm gonna be like, explode. You know?
And hey, Artie, think about it this way: you can suck up as many children as you want, and they won't care.
He doesn't do that.
Maybe
Hey.
it can work for us.
Yeah, the children suck him.
I want to kill everybody except myself. Actually, no. I want to kill everyone including myself.
I'm gonna. I'm
You
just
have
gonna
no choice on
myself.
killing yourself when it comes to that
Yeah.
power. It just happens.
You're just gonna die anyway. I'll distance myself from the inevitable explosion.
That's what the children said. See how that
Oh,
turned.
what? You saw how it turned out. It was recorded.
All you guys are telling me is that I should have let those children and kittens die.
As those two
I
are
would've.
arguing, I'm going to slip in to get a meeting to get this meeting later today.
The meeting is at 9 a.m. It's currently 7 a.m.
Well,
Oh, they're also known as one of the most cutting edge on technology.
could be. Hey, I
And it's hard to tell, other than the top 4 companies, who the top other companies are. I've already given you the first place, which is Inferno Core. The second is Viper Core, which is known for their chemists and alchemists. They have the region of Japan, Korea, Siberia,
see. We could have gone
excuse me,
anime road.
and Indonesia.
What do we get?
That's what the meeting is going to be about, but let me finish answering your earlier question. Viper Core specializes in making raids to grasp natural resources they can use to corner the market on pharmaceuticals, toxins, and medicines. They have been known to assault other corporations who have tried to seize natural resources that can be used in such pursuits with extreme prejudice. They are one of the most aggressive corporations in the world and own small bits of territory all over the globe because they have strike teams that have gone in, found net pockets of natural resources that have been otherwise unable to be found by other means because they do not give a shit about the globe. They use techniques that are technically banned by most world governments. They'll show up, do the equivalent of aggressively fracking your fucking territory, finding natural resources, and then setting up a fortress around some rare earth mineral they found. The third place corporation is Midgard Incorporated. They are basically just battle junkies, mercenaries for hire.
Which one's the evilest one?
Inferno.
Devastated. The first one.
Yeah, Inferno. And the last one is Strider Core, the fourth place. It is an underground dark elf conglomerate.
I think Inferno Core is still the best.
I don't
They
mind Inferno Core.
aggressively expand into the underground.
But yeah,
To gain natural resources to trade with the surface.
I think we
They
just go
essentially
first.
have a monopoly of the underground because they have no competition on the surface because everybody considered them a non-threat since they never came above the ground, but they didn't realize how aggressively and overwhelmingly they were dominating those below the surface. They are essentially a mega corporation that owns most of the underground territories. It is said that there are many resources that they're hiding from the people on the surface, so their spot as fourth is hotly debated. But one thing that is a consensus is that if they were to rise up from below the surface, it would take many corporations at once to stop them from simply rolling over the world and taking over.
Okay.
Is that including Inferno Corps?
Inferno Core wouldn't care as long as the person in
Okay,
charge paid them well enough.
Okay. See, we should be part of Inferno Corps. They seem to be the
Yeah.
chillest.
I'm cool with Inferno.
I'm trying to convince Artie here. Like, you get to be evil if you want to. You get to do your crazy
I
shit.
feel like you'd have more problems being yourself elsewhere.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Lore-wise.
There is also a rumor that Inferno Core exists in more than just this dimension.
Does they?
Unconfirmed rumors.
I turned to Aztec. You seem to be professional about this. Did they exist in your dimension?
I
Got
was
no
only
clue,
on one
Aztec.
planet. Yeah.
Frankly,
no.
you're a little offended that he thinks all Void Walkers would know. Him being a vigor and everything, you'd think he'd have a little more compassion.
No, I'm just like asking, like, you're the only
No.
person who's
But
been in the
he hasn't responded to you yet. I'm telling you how he took it. Wait for him to at least respond before you fucking defend yourself.
No.
Metagamey as
No.
I have a lore question.
Absolutely not.
You know
What's up?
what?
I have a lore question.
Swap?
Because it was never established. But my detriment is that I'm infamous. What corporation was I work for? Did I work for when that
It's
event?
in my notes, Jim.
So do we know?
Oh, what corporation you worked for?
Yeah, when that incident happened.
It was a shell company that no longer exists because of that lawsuit. It was known as Teddy Incorporated. It was a man named Teddy who is also now out to get you because you ruined his good name and his chance to impress his father.
I saved like 40 children and a bunch of puppies and kittens.
Tell that to all the lawsuits he had to deal with and all the payouts he had to make. Out of game, I have extensive notes about this now because of how many times he sold it. Like, some shady people hired a shady lawyer to pay children to say things about him.
I'm gonna take my dog outside to all it, so I'll be back in like 5.
But yeah, already, I literally have a name in my notes already about this.
Okay, I would like to listen. I'll join. I want to hear what the other offer is. Honestly, that's really where I'm at.
But that's what I was trying to tell you, is there's literally one offer.
I wanna revamp my shit so I can just do what I was doing before. Good.
Also, you guys are very surprised that Inferno Corps of all people would go after you because they're considered a very elite corporation, one that is very strict about who they allow in. It's not just about power, they have to fit the right personality profile, and as far as the recruiters can tell, there's no real personality profile they look for.
It's just cannon fodder, isn't it?
Yes and no. They are notorious for having sent some teams to their death, while they've taken other teams that were considered useless and turned them into S+ hero teams. One of them was a hero who summons and controls ducks, who was considered useless. They turned him into a corporate superhero that has saved several megacities in the interim since.
How? Doc?
With the help of his menagerie of other heroes. There's Oxman, Horse Girl, she's a reverse centaur. He controls and has the powers of ducks.
What does that mean? Does he fuck things to death?
No, he's got feathers. He's semi-aquatic.
No, but I mean like what powers does a duck have? Am I missing something?
Not really. The last time he did something really great, it was destroying a giant world-ending doomsday weather machine, but he did it by taking all of the ducks in the northwestern portion of Canada and having them fly into the exhaust vents and intakes of the weather machine. It was considered an ecological disaster, but also the lesser of two evils because the guy was trying to usher in a global ice age, and had already killed several high-rank hero teams.
Listen, all I'm saying is that sounds way shittier than what I've been doing.
It's on a different scale.
Alright, whatever. My vote is I have no vote until I hear what they're offering.
All right.
Well, I mean, that's what the meeting is for, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's what. But as a team right here, I'm talking to my other teammates. I'm reserving my vote until I hear it. Like what they're
Works for me.
At this point, it doesn't really seem like there's a positive or negative. It's not like other corporations are not shady, right?
That there's a good reason for that. All I've given you is background information and
As far as
a.
my character would know, there's not like one more moral than the other one. They're all kind of doing.
Yeah, but for you, at least, Artie, for the way you look at it, you would see Inferno Corps as slightly better than some of the other ones, just because at least they're not pretending to be some goody two-shoes, like, for the people kind of thing. They make no illusions about who and what they are.
Okay, that's fair.
They are Inferno Corps, run by and for demon kind to make profit. If that happens to benefit humanity, cool. If that's the opposite, then fuck them.
I already feel demoralized and empty inside. Let's do this.
Well, that's until you see Casual Friday in an office full of succubi, but we'll get to that.
Ara, ara.
That's more middle management. You guys got to work your way up the corporate ladder before you get to the MILF succubi.
MILF?
Okay.
You really don't know your anime stereotypes, do you?
No, I do. I just think it's funny I came back on MILF Suckerby.
I mean, I can make them incubi if you prefer.
What's the difference?
They have dicks.
Oh,
I was about to say, aren't incubi fucking males?
I dream of it.
Yeah, they're the male counterpart to succubi. But also, it's more like they're the office workers, and everything that's like the interns and everything are imps. Lesser demons, that kind of thing.
okay. Almost like Hell of a Boss, but different.
I need to watch that.
You should.
Well, I've seen
Okay.
it, but I need to watch it again.
Have we
Oh, okay.
discussed
Uh,
have we discussed on? Are we just going into the meeting? Or what have the guys done?
Artie basically decided that he's down to go to the meeting and see what they want to offer. I'm down to. I'm basically on your side, boss. But I'll go to the meeting and see what they want to offer too. It's whatever. I'm not going to show my hand, but you know,
during the wait for the meeting. Sorry, I'm eating easy cheese and bugles.
you're fine, bud.
Makes me hate myself slightly, but it's fucking delicious. Canned cheese with cheesy chips.
Made chili cheese nachos yesterday and the other day. It's not a canned shit, so I was lazy. Delicious. I'll do it again.
Oh, my mother made Luxa. That shit's
Right, but I'm sorry, but I was so lazy, and it's like, Brad, it's, yep, straight out of a can. Fucking.
I used to get the Tostitos queso dip and fucking the spicy nacho cheese Doritos, but I'd get the spicy queso dip and then dip
Yep.
the spicy Doritos in it.
No, I got a.
Sometimes I would throw fucking pinto beans in it, and it was great.
Canned chili and Velveeta cheese.
One time I threw black
in the
beans in it. I
microwave.
thought it would be good because I usually prefer black beans, but it tasted weird with the cheese. Something about the black beans didn't mix well with it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alrighty,
Chili,
we
yeah.
We had this a frozen Philly cheesesteak beef, and I was scoffing at it. And my mom was like, "Why are you scoffing at it? It's Philly cheesesteak beef." I'm like, "This is just shredded beef." And she's like, "No, it's specifically Philly cheesesteak beef." So without saying a word, I just grabbed a bunch of ingredients, put some fucking rice out with some chicken stock, some fucking cumin, and what is it? A few chicken bones we had left over, and I threw them in the rice pot to steam together with some veggies tossed on top, some bok choy. I know that's not Mexican, but we had some bok choy that needed to be eaten. Set the rice to cook, and then I mixed that up with some cumin, garlic, fucking fresh red and white onion. We had the little, like, mini bulb onion. Food. Pay fucking attention. This is important.
No, it is. Yeah, he's
They are
talking
shitting
about
on
his dish he made.
Aztec.
How?
By shaming you with and styling on you with the actual food that I'm making instead of your bullshit ass bullshit.
In my defense, I went to Taco Bell like a week ago and they brought back chili cheese burritos and I got one. It's like, this isn't dog shit.
That's not Mexican. That's American.
No, it's not. You're right. It's a chili cheese burrito.
You're a chili cheese burrito.
No, I got one. Are you listening?
To be fair,
Yes.
Sorry.
The cheese part is because you don't wash your dick.
I'm circumcised, bud.
And yet here we are talking about the cheese. Shame on an Aztec. Yeah, he just admitted he has no excuse.
Oh, yeah, you're right. My mom only could take Tylenol when she was pregnant, too, so, I mean, that doesn't help. Yeah, there's a link.
So
somehow the idea of all those people's mothers being fucking terribly sick during their pregnancies with them somehow makes a lot more sense with how they act. One of those sickly babies that rich people threw money at to keep alive. Good.
I don't think it was 10%, but yeah, sure.
Does that count as a Jewish conspiracy?
Maybe 4? I think it's a Jewish conspiracy without saying it's a Jewish conspiracy.
I should be against counting it as one, but I really want to.
Well, wait a second, man. What's the autism rate in Jews compared to the rest of the people?
Very low, actually.
What if autism was a plot for the Jews to use against us?
Oh shit! There you go. Very low.
It's because up until modern times, Jewish people believed that stuff like that was a mark that God didn't like that soul and would leave them in the woods to die. So we don't really carry that gene.
Fair enough. True, but it's Tylenol during pregnancy, so it's technically it was Shay's fault.
Yeah, you should be like a good red-blooded American and rub whiskey in the kids' gums.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's just a Hasidic thing.
Oh, perfection. I'm sure.
There's no actual like doctrine that says that. It's just something the Hasidics do.
Why? You don't have to explain it, man. You don't have to explain it.
Because which would you rather clean the blood off with in fucking peasant rural England? A cloth covered in shit and fucking
This shit didn't start in England.
I know, but like most of the kosher things are not actually stuff from the fucking Torah. They are things that were developed as cultural things to prevent them from getting infections or other things like that. Like the whole idea of not mixing the milk and the meat on the plate was because it would create specific fucking parasites. But again, like that whole not eating the bacon thing, the trichinosis that they were trying to prevent with the whole like pork isn't kosher thing isn't a problem in modern day. And up until modern day, all the other Jews were okay with changing the kosher fucking ideology as it was applicable. But now all of a sudden, fucking, now that bacon is safe to eat, we can't change that shit. Fucking stuck up pricks.
I just can't get over how so religiously there's so many people on this planet that can't eat a bacon cheeseburger. And it's just fucking sad. Yeah.
You know what's even more poetic about that? is they say that you can't because the pig is an unclean animal. But a pig is not an unclean animal. A pig is only unclean if you leave it to wallow in its own filth. Pigs actually are very clean animals if you give them the opportunity to be.
What about trichinosis?
Trichinosis only usually happens if you undercook or serve it raw, or in the olden days, if you had pig sties, like the pig pens where the peasants would refuse to shovel the pig shit out until it was like in the muck, like that whole stereotype of the pigs covered in their own shit and rolling around in it.
Mm-hmm.
They would roll around in the grass and mud after it would rain because it would clean the dirt off. The mud would dry on their skin, and then they'd smack into each other to break it off because it would carry a bunch of the bullshit that was stuck to them with it.
Huh.
They didn't want to roll around in their own shit. That was European peasants not fucking wiping out their own pigs' pens, leaving them to wallow in their own shit, and the pigs doing natural pig behavior with no actual mud, but just shit to do it with.
Oh.
Again? So will cows, you just have to grind them up first.
Yeah.
There's a reason I don't really eat lobster or shellfish in general. It's because I know too much about their biology.
Yeah, they're bottom.
That whole oyster thing where they eat the whole oyster, it makes me shudder every fucking time. I'm sorry. There's this thing in every shellfish called a gut ball.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know what it is, then you should know it's absolutely fucking disgusting to ingest it. It's like a piece of shrimp or lobster and eating it whole without fucking pulling out the poop chute in the vein. But like 100. A clam or a filter feeder like that, the reason they filter the stuff is because they don't excrete the stuff they filter. They condense it, push it all down into a gut ball, and then when it becomes too much and they die, it turns into a calcified ball of sediment that then gets ground up and turned into sand over time along with its shell.
We call that nature's cheese. See you.
I've seen so many people eat clams and other stuff like that whole, and I just shudder internally like, how are you alive?
And they like
I
to
eat
eat it.
oysters, but I mean, I got them from a store. I cleaned and shit. Oysters
We're talking
Rockefeller.
about that
My
whole
God.
fucking yeah.
No, I'm a fucking,
those
home
fucking-
chef.
Those
my thing.
clam dishes where they fucking the shrimp scampi or whatever like that, where they serve the whole clam. Absolutely fucking disgusting to me. The only time I've ever eaten anything like that is when I've known that they've been like tank raised in controlled environments and stuff. Anything wild caught is just absolutely gross. Only stuff like scallops where you completely remove the gut ball is acceptable to me.
You're talking about just shellfish, though.
Yeah, but scallops, part of their biology is their meat has a layer of fat in between where their centralized muscle is actually protected from any impurities. They're one of the cleanest shellfish you can actually get out there. It's why their meat is so tender and has that buttery flavor. Their gut ball is especially bad, but it's also housed very separately from the meat in their shell. Yeah, kind of. Anyway, where were we?
Oh,
Right,
I
a
think-
meeting
go
with
to
a
the meeting.
succubi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys finish your breakfast. The robotic automaton gives you guys an update and says the meeting hall in conference room 12 on floor 13 will be available in 10 minutes to meet the representative from Inferno Corps.
Is English your first language?
It looks at you, a motionless Aztec, and says, I am an automaton, virtual
Oh.
intelligence servant.
God,
I
I thought
have
you were retarded.
What did you say?
And,
Artie?
it's not a bit
Oh,
racist,
dude.
I'd say.
Uh huh.
It looks at you and says, the servant pleasure bots are on floor 4 and only available to Tier 1 members.
What tier am I?
Tier 5.
Is that higher or lower than tier?
It is the lowest tier of employee. One
Oh.
step above unpaid intern. The unpaid interns.
Where are they? Yeah.
I feel like
They are in the corporate building on Earth. You are currently in space where we don't allow interns.
Oh.
Hey, at
Alright.
least we got that above them. We can take a selfie and shit. Right.
Facts.
Well, let's get to this meeting. And a more stupid question. That what my character say, but if you guys want to ask anything else, you can.
Oh, I'm good.
Servant bot bows, and as it does, around a dozen other smaller, imp-sized robots come out of the woodworks from everywhere and start cleaning up your breakfast as you guys walk out, following the little servitor bot. You guys follow him into a conference room, which is empty at the moment, and you sit down and are left to wait.
Is it 9 a.m. or is it earlier?
It's just about 9 a.m.
Late ass bitch. Well,
I'm gonna make myself older and go to sleep.
Alright, we got one ass Kegel, one napper. What are you doing?
I am. I'm just gonna like sit angry.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Okay.
this bitch is late.
Probably in the bathroom. Pissing.
You.
All turn to go to the bathroom.
I was gonna go get something to drink, but if you really want me to, I'll wait until he comes back. Okay, I'll be right back. God.
You're not gonna try a hit on the sucker bite, right? As I turn to the Artie. You hear Artie? Nope.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. For America? For the American, no, the American experiment is over, but it's over. It's over.
Hey, Artie, you're not going to try hell in the Suckerby, right? You sure? Isn't that like one of the best types, though?
I feel like HR will know too much about you. It's never good.
I don't think Inferno Corps really cares.
See, it always come back to bite you in the ass when you least suspect it. Mm-hmm. Fuck someone off the street, not at work. You go down to your local 7-Eleven, you find someone there, not at work.
We could, well, you guys could probably get something for free. Maybe not Artie. You could probably get some good quality shit for free. I checked your files. You have no. You're not a veteran anywhere. You're just the guy that known for a bunch of lawsuits against him.
I mean, I guess some people are attracted to what do you call yourself?
Shadows?
A map? Oh yeah, that's what I said.
Exploded. What's up?
Lord. There's a couple. Oh, I'm sure it did. At least he lets us know, you know, that's not what we should think. He cares. He cares enough to let us know.
I don't need a blow by blow. There's no fun in
Jeez. It's a conversation I have with the kid. No, we're watching fucking the Monster show on Netflix, and she's just sitting there telling her kid how when she got pregnant with her, she really didn't want to have her, so she just kept throwing herself down the stairs, and it's like it's really hard to do it. Your body doesn't want to, so she just kept fucking. Well, part of it. It's like I really did try it. It's like that bottom stair. I caught it, and it was like a whoop. And it's like, why are you telling this to your child? Like, fucking. You know. Yeah, you're right. Because if you look up the real, I had to look it up, and it's like it's not. Yeah, yeah, it is not her. And also, she lied. I don't know if she lied, but she said that she was fucking him for 20 years, and then she went back and said she only fucked him for like 7 months. And yeah, oh yeah, that she was. I feel like she was an accomplice, but the show's all her fucking parts in the show are fictional, but it's like creative, whatever the fuck, but liberties. Okay. Jesus Christ. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like I when I was watching, it's like there's no fucking. I thought I thought he killed her. I thought he killed her and fucking. Oh, yeah, but it's like no, they're just doing creative bullshit. But it's like otherwise. Yes, very very artsy.
All right, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hola.
Hola.
Muy bien. Gracias. ¿Y tú?
I guess we're all back.
I watched it the other day.
Watched what?
The South Park.
No idea what you're talking about. That's literally just a quote from my Spanish teacher.
No, it's from South Park, but it's from South Park.
No, that's just Spanish.
Yeah, it's yes. There was a whole episode of South Park where the whites adopted a Mexican kid, and every time he would say that he misses his family or something in Spanish, they're just like "Muy bien, gracias, y tú." And it's like
Mantequilla.
it's like yeah, muy bien, gracias, y tú. It's like
Is
fucking
that the Mantequilla episode?
baby.
I forgot about that, but I think you might be
Yeah.
right. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
no, it's not your Spanish teacher, but I know it's Spanish too. But fuck, go.
Not really. I've taken Intro to Spanish several times. And
Yeah,
every
me too.
time it's like, no, they start teaching the class in Spanish in like the first week, and I'm sitting there like, bitch, I'm here to learn Spanish and not have you rant at me in Spanish about how to learn Spanish. Like, what?
The fun part about learning, right?
True, but you have to have some context to actually put 1 and 2 together. Otherwise, it's just fucking gibberish. You saw last time when I worked with you, but hey, you remember how many weeks I sat there trying to fucking learn it with you while following her course and like asking you questions and stuff like that. And even when I would go out of my way to take notes during class about words I didn't understand and go and ask the bitch, hey, what does this mean? What does that mean? She'd just blow me off. I understand that there's something about like, but that's where I'm at, is like, I'd be better off just learning it out of a fucking textbook than taking a course at that.
Or just with a different teacher.
No, just learn it out of a textbook and try to talk to Arturo or some of my other friends with it.
I mean, you can do that too, but it's like my intro to Spanish classes didn't have somebody just speaking fucking Spanish at me. So it's, you just need a different teacher.
He's not wrong. I always wondered about that, but I figured you came over here young enough that it didn't really stick. But how much of that is willful? How much of that is home culture? I feel like your parents went out of their way to try to integrate. That's what bothers me about the whole idea of you telling me they were getting harassed and stuff, is I'm like, if I know anybody who actually like did the whole American dream thing where they tried to integrate, it's them. Like, that's a little fucked. Dude, what happened to the whole like fucking raise up the lantern of freedom, give us your poor, your tired, your huddled masses bullshit? When did fucking taking in immigrants become a fucking discussion?
I was gonna say like 45 years ago?
Then what incident though? This is something I'm not that well educated on, to be honest. Ah, fuck. Really? Is there like a policy, or is that just like an extension of McCarthyism? Like, we can't trust the outsider kind of thing?
It's just rehashed bullshit.
Well, yeah,
It's the
it was,
same
you
shit
can't
black
trust
people
the
have been
Irish,
saying
you
for
can't trust
literally
the
years.
Italians, all that stuff. Like, there was racism on every culture that came in. You can't trust the Chinese, all that. But at the same time, it was the people being racist while the government itself was honoring the idea of, you know, to give us your full retirement.
No.
Mexicans were coming over the border and they were giving them fucking kerosene bells, like, doing that. What was that fucking? That's where Hitler got the idea for Cyclone B.
The give us your poor, your tired, your huddled masses was early 1900s.
Just because they let them into the country,
It was
they treated them equally.
It was a little after that, actually. It was in
Doesn't
direct
matter.
response to the mistreatment of immigrants and the, what do you call it? I forgot who wrote it. The idea of, somebody wrote an essay on the Founding Fathers and their acceptance of foreign aid and foreign, what's the word I'm looking for? And how, like, the whole reason we won was because we were accepting of foreign aid and, like, the melting pot idea. That's where that came from. It was shortly before the Great Depression. That was part of it. I would say it's more like the blues and rock. They're technically two separate things, but it's easy to trace how one started the other. You'd think so, but not really, no. It's not just that. I think there's a certain amount of glee. I think that partially what people are saying about video games being partially responsible is correct, but in a very minuscule way. It is people who are already innately cruel being used to indulging in that cruelty. A good 99.95% of us understand the difference between reality and Grand Theft Auto, but there's a certain number of us that fucking get publicized when they're like, oh, I could totally take my fucking M16 and shoot up the school.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to play the game.
No.
But how is that any different than fucking watching people in the Coliseum, other than the fact that people don't actually have to die to do it? In my opinion, I can get some of my fucking animal fucking Roman Coliseum-esque bullshit out on watching digital people die rather than watching physical people, and that's something to be celebrated,
Yeah,
not something to be fucking... I guess, but at the same point, I don't take pleasure in doing that kind of stuff. I take pleasure in simulating that stuff. Does that make sense? If it, yeah, thank you. That mirrors what I was trying to say very well. It's a tool. It may be a game, but I see a game as a tool to beget enjoyment. Anyway. Because they're bored and they have too many resources, and instead of helping new people, they'd rather screw with them. Which I can respect, but it's still a dick move.
Hey, that's the capitalism society you further.
No, that's
no.
unchecked capitalism.
That's also, I don't know, that's why I play Valorant, that's why I play Counter-Strike. I don't play to win, I play to make
Do you
other
like
people.
to get rimmed?
No, I like to make other people feel bad. And
I like to rim other people, got it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I like to rim
you guys
other
were meeting with Inferno Corps.
Yeah, like I enjoy the
You
concept
enjoy
of
the
taking
act
someone
of
else's
licking
fun.
booty.
I mean,
That
if they don't
chocolate
enjoy
malt
it,
paste.
yeah. If they don't enjoy me doing it, then I enjoy it. That's why I hop online. when I
Ranger
play.
danger. I need an
Yeah.
adult.
I play the finals to ruin other people's day, to make them waste time.
The finals is fun. Shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But it's like winning is.
You can say that about Valorant.
Well, okay, so in terms of the finals, like I play the game to play the game, but I mean winning is extra. I just like stealing and killing
With
people.
that fucking attitude, of course it is.
Okay, well, at least you probably get back, dude. Fuck it.
The game,
I
yeah.
tried like 3 times and they just ignored me.
You tried twice. I got until 12. I got to go to Houston tomorrow morning, so that's fun.
How long is that?
Huh?
That another hour or so?
2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours.
2 hours. Okay. Well, we'll see how long we end up playing. I doubt
Okay.
you guys will last that long, but we'll see. Anyway,
Okay.
I have much further than that planned, so it's up to you guys. So you guys went to bed. Now you want to plan for...
It's a 2-hour flight, and it's at 9 a.m. Yeah.
Can't sleep on the plane. He has to rim the pilots.
Not if they enjoy it.
He's got a point there. It has to be against their will.
That's the only way I'm going to take pleasure out of this, man. You gotta understand.
Just imagine fucking Aztec and a dominatrix bought us, and it's honestly making me want to drink.
Okay. Oh,
I think I just gave myself PTSD, Aztec.
But that's your imagination.
I know. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, I know. I can't die in Texas. I know. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not. I need to get a hotel. I'm not going anywhere.
Aztec, if they try to lynch you, tell them that you're too lanky to be lynched.
I'm not even trying to go to a gas station to encounter disgruntled.
Yeah, stay in the airport, Jim. At least there the security is under, like, security camera watch, and they have to protect you. I doubt they would if they weren't under security cameras, but with the cameras watching, they have to protect you. Well, then they'll take him into the back room where they have other kinds of cameras recording, the kind that end up on porn sites. So you want to catch your flight on time, eh, boy?
Yeah.
You see a white boy hike up his belt and unzip his zipper.
As long as he doesn't enjoy it. As long as they don't enjoy it. As long as they don't enjoy it. As long as they don't enjoy it.
He compromises.
I feel like that's better.
He compromises. He enjoys it, but then he goes to church and has to confess and hates himself for it like a good
Church?
Christian. No, he hates himself because he had some dude suck his dick in the middle of an airport security room. No, he hates himself because the Bible says he should, but now that he's confessed, he has an excuse not to. That's how Christianity works, right?
Arguably.
He just says a few Hail Marys and he can continue having weary travelers suck his dick for passage.
Okay.
Anyway, for the fucking 5th time at this point, you guys are headed to the conference room. You sit down. It is 9 a.m. Nothing happens.
I'm gonna lie, I'm waiting 5 minutes and I'm heading straight out.
There's no one there except you guys. The receptionist blinks and says, the representative should be in the office somewhere. I'm not sure.
What?
A puff of fire reveals itself in the corner of the room as what looks like a succubus, red-skinned, large curling horns, long black hair, forked tail, dancing back and forth behind her in a business skirt with a pencil skirt kind of thing. Walks over in long stiletto heels and sits down at the head of the table and says, well, if we call that a test of patience, I'm pretty sure we can consider that as having failed. Oh, we do. It's why we like to test our new hires. Consider it, insight into your temperament to see what kind of person we're working with. Well, you'd be incorrect. We're half serious here.
Well, me and Aztec are like already fully on board.
Well, what's Aztec's in-game name? You should use that.
What was it? Oh, it was something long, right? It was like a fucking.
Can't remember it, Aztec. I'm gonna name you Bitch Pants McGee.
It was Cerulean. I was in character.
Zuzu and I already like fully on board with this. It's this butt sucker right there as a bit off board.
He's pointing at you, Artie.
Oh, no. I'm not like that.
We had all the details in our head. What are you talking about?
I heard enough.
I heard they wanted me, so I was fully on board at that point.
A
She just she sat down at the head of the table in one of the big computer chairs there. As she's watching you guys say all of this, she slowly crosses her legs and raises one eyebrow under a pair of what you guys now see are glasses that have no lenses in them. As she just watches you guys bicker. Sure. She nods and says, well, Inferno Corps is looking for a few teams to do some extra legal operations.
Okay, I get it.
You'd be signing a contract as a long-term employee. We would be beholden to you for certain things. You'd be beholden to us for certain things, but it would be for a term of life. However, you will find that signing such a contract with Inferno Corps, at least anything short of selling your soul to us, which there is a very separate contract for, will be quite lucrative.
Wait.
Essentially, gentlemen, she looks around you guys. We offer a benefits package, but up to a certain and reasonable extent, you could name your price. You will be given a dormitory, a certain amount of lab space, a technician, a few servants to handle your daily needs, and stuff like food, transportation, things like that would be things you'd never need to concern yourself with. As far as anything beyond that, that would be a contract-by-contract basis. You would earn a minimal... She blinks and says, we can do that. I can't guarantee it'll be a good image, but they'll certainly stop calling you a pedophile.
I want a friend.
She shrugs and says, our firm handled the initial smear campaign. It wouldn't be too hard to undo it. She gives a wolfish grin at you and says, we're demons. We do what we're hired to do. She shrugs and says, normally it'd be against company policy to explain that to you, but the cheap bastard didn't pay for the non-disclosure part, so I'll go ahead and tell you. You have enemies. Somebody didn't like you, and they decided to fuck over your career. Somebody you were competing with for a position at the time decided they wanted you out of the running.
Damn.
She raises a single eyebrow at you and says, perhaps something to explore later, but we'll get to that if you guys prove yourself as competent. She scoffs and looks at you and says, please, we'd never murder children. They're a long-term asset. We'd be obtaining them for future use. Of course they'd be lucky. They would be raised by the #1 corporation in this sector of the multiverse.
Could I ask for a friend?
I want a pocket.
He raises a single eyebrow and says, probably not something I can do with the starter package, but definitely doable.
Yeah.
I've asked for a friend.
She raises her hand and looks at you, Artie, as if to pause everyone else, and says, though, for something like what you're asking for, you'd probably need somebody higher up in the corporation to vouch for you, and you might want to make a friend or two in the tech department.
As long as it's possible, I'm not asking.
It is. I just want you to understand that realistically, it might take a little doing. Not a whole ton of doing, but a little. She chuckles and says, you know, normally I'd say, being males, you're ill-equipped to do the normal sort of favor people do around here to get ahead, but she points at Artie, you might just have the equipment after all. She raises an eyebrow and says, should I start calling you Peggy?
Okay, I gotta ask. Is this like a
He winks at you and says, call you Peggy Sue while the strap is on. Got it.
Just do. Everyone got it.
What'd you say, Flash?
in her eyes towards me, do I notice any like hatred? Is it like
Seem to give a shit. You've noticed a few interns walk by in the hallway and look in to see what the lady was doing, but those who work for the GDIN seem to look at you differently, but you guys are in a section of the office that seems to be full of demons. The demons who walk by don't seem to give a flying fuck about you. In fact, they seem to gloss over you as if they're purposefully not paying attention to you. Something that you guys know about demon cultures, they don't give a shit about racism, they care about strength, and until you prove your strength, you might as well be invisible to them.
What if I explore it?
could I get a friend?
Yeah, I ordered it.
Oh,
I'm getting it
back.
tomorrow.
If you're looking for a friend among the demons, you're going to be looking for a while. They don't really do friendship in the way you know it. What you would consider a business partner is what these people would consider a quote-unquote friend.
Okay, so point us to a good agent.
She shrugs and says, well, I've been assigned to you, and as I'm not going to give you my name for obvious reasons, you can call me what everyone else does. Mismanagement. She goes, no, I will dock your pay every single time you use that name. This is your only warning.
Well,
Artie, your mic is pulsing? It's not too annoying, but it's happening. Just thought you should know. It stopped. Now it started again. Now it's still going. Well, I don't need to tell you that. You can see your mic flaring.
yeah.
I'll give you a second. If you can't figure it out, it's fine. It's only mildly distracting. It's not too bad. It's fine now. But she gives you guys a predatory grin and says, but you can call me mismanagement. That's what everyone else does.
Okay.
She shrugs and says, sometimes, but I prefer men. She raises an eyebrow and says, I knew I pegged you correctly.
Not all of us. Not all of us. What's your name again, Artie?
She rolls her eyes and says, well, I know you're not into men. You can summon tentacles anytime you want. What use do you have for men?
I'm good for women.
She shrugs and says, depends on the woman, but I think you'll find a lot of eager participants in an office full of succubi. And she says, yes, exactly.
Alright, so what's our first?
She blinks and says, so you agree to the contract?
I've been game from the start. They wanted me. That's like the first time in my life that somebody said,
He
to me.
slaps down a contract onto the table.
Why do you
And
think there need vitamins and minerals?
read the contract, she says with a sigh, and you look at the contract and see it does indeed specify that he will have a minimum stockpile, which Aztec you can see is a quite generous amount of minerals on hand at all times at your base. However much you carry onto your mission with you is up to you. And a stipulation that if you ask, your tech expert should be able to modify your dropship to be able to house some battlefield assets for you.
I want a marketing campaign started today. I am sick and tired.
She sighs and points at a clause in the contract where it says that they will create a ad campaign where they basically out the people who hired them. They will hire a third party to out them and themselves, and even go public with their part of it. The problem with that is that they don't give a shit about their reputation taking a hit, and it might even be good for their reputation to say, oh yeah, we helped to ruin it, but now we're helping him repair it. And she's being 100% upfront about that and says that to you, to your face, with a straight face. That both the people who hired them and Inferno Corps are going to be publicly outed by a quote-unquote third-party whistleblower. And the other people who hired them are going to get in deep water while nobody's going to be really caring about Inferno Corps, because Inferno Corps doesn't give a shit. They get caught doing stuff like that all the time, and whenever someone tries to hold them accountable, they send a strike team after them. They have shamelessly killed more than one reporter.
We're Saudi Arabia.
And you're working for demons. It's not.
Actually,
Saudi Arabia.
They do technically work on the side of creation. The void is on the side of the void, which is against creation. But as evil, quote unquote, as demons are, they still fight on the side of reality. So they're on the side of good.
could you like help my reputation as well?
She shrugs and says, maybe. I mean, it's in the contract that we'll try, but there's a reason it says try.
Oh.
She sighs and looks dejected for a second and says, frankly, we've been trying to help your kind for a long time, but people are not very receptive to what they call vigors. To be fair, us as demons see all of you as garbage, so it's not really much of a difference to us. One soul is just as good as the next, but I don't know, something about your grandmother having fucked a void monster somehow makes you responsible? I don't really get it.
Wait, what?
She grins and looks at you, Artie, and says if they did it right, it was both going back and forth.
Gotta get back to the my part of my grandmother. What are you talking about?
He shrugs and says, well, she got it on with a void monster, so she probably had all of her hold filled, all at the same time. Your grandma was a hoe, she says, shrugging and looking at you.
Well, my mother was a hoe. That doesn't fucking bother me.
She shrugs and says, no, I guess it runs in the family. And then she raises an eyebrow and says, are you a man-ho? Because you might be popular around the office if you are.
I don't know. Nobody ever been that close to me. Well,
She shrugs and she says, you'll find demons don't really care. And many of the girls are going to be quite interested in the possibility of your summons.
Okay. I'm talking about I'm a part void. That's confirmed.
She looks at you like you're an idiot and says, "Are you retarded?"
I just think very optimistically.
I look at her very.
He sighs and she looks at you and then looks back at Blast Heads like she's looking at an autistic child and says, "Oh, I see. I'm so sorry for what happened to your people. Yes, I can understand why you were treated that way by Australians. Don't worry, honey. You're in a better place now."
I will just be. I'm flabbergasted, honestly. I'm like, oh, what?
In context, it's because the Australians especially hate the void creatures because they basically wrecked Australia in their attempted conquest. Having grown up in Australia as a partial void creature, he was subject to extreme racism, even by the rest of the world's standards. Basically. An Aborigines trying to live in Sydney while wearing tribal gear.
To be fair, it's worse. I don't have National Sorry Day.
You do still have a holiday where you borrow someone else's queen, though. That's too demeaning to Australia for me to take that away.
Hey, we don't celebrate that anymore. Since she's died.
Alright, it's some king or some shit now?
I actually don't know what that is.
They're bringing back the patriarchy. Anyway, she shrugs and says, also, you'll have a certain allotment. We have what we call blank templates. They are sections of a small subsect of one of the hells that we have control of. We control several, by the way. You are given your own space that starts as a blank, empty white void that you can create your own living space within. You can house servants here, armories, workshops, but you must earn points with the corporation in order to gain upgrades beyond what you're entitled to with your initial signing bonus. Basically, but not one you can carry with you. She looks at you, Artie, and says, you wanted one you could carry with you, and for that, you that allows you to hop back and forth without having to come back home, so to speak. A limited version of such, she says, nodding vigorously, and says, Itachi was my favorite. I'll go and I'll fangirl for a second.
Just a quick question. Do we know where hell is? Like, is hell like another dimension, or is it like a...
Hell is a series of sandwich dimensions, one on top of each other. In this world, gods are the center of each dimension. The dimension you guys currently reside on, it is uncertain who or what resides at the center of it, but each layer of a reality has a certain god within it. There are 9 layers to hell and 9 quote-unquote Satans in this lore, and each Satan is responsible for a layer of hell. What separates hell from the other areas, but makes them similar to things like the 7 layers of heaven, are the fact that 9 of these so-called quote-unquote gods, they're demons at the rank of a god, which makes them a devil technically in this realm. Aztec should know where that's from, but they joined their power together to create a single reality with essentially 9 realms sandwiched on top of each other. The heavenly realms did the same thing, but with 7 layers on top of each other. The Fey realms did that, but with 3 layers. Summer, winter, and wild.
Okay.
So there are different planes of reality that have different layers, but how those layers interact with each other is different. Most of them have physical connections and spiritual connections, that can be traversed separately or together, depending. There is what is called an astral wormway, though, which connects all of realities together. It is a series of astral highways that allows you to go from reality to reality. And the reason you guys know this is because Aztec knows this as a Void Walker. The only people who are known to freely traverse these voidways are gods and astral dragons.
Yeah, that tracks.
Everyone else is somewhat randomized about how they're thrown about the voidways. There is some degree of accuracy they can gain through different kinds of ritual magic and contraptions, but it's not entirely accurate for anyone but divines, semi-divines, and void dragons. There have been some stories about clerics and paladins using artifacts given to them by the divine, but those are still attributed to the divine having done it, not the clerics or paladins.
Where I'm from, there's a special planet with these fucking birds. These certain people from that planet with these fucking birds can actually navigate that shit without any help.
There's also a race of descendants of Bast throughout the galaxy. Bastet, the Egyptian goddess. Bastet is actually an Egyptian goddess of the sun and moon, but she's also known for being able to traverse worlds. There are what politely are known as the Daughters of Bastet, who can freely traverse worlds or create portals for other people, but are colloquially known as Bastian Cat Girls, that can freely create portals to traverse through worlds that they've been before, or they can hurl themselves randomly. Or whatever number of people can travel through their portal depending on their power. There have been only a small handful of records of Bastet's descendants in this world, but they are historically accurate. They have been verified many times. They have, on 2 occasions, removed people from the world, claiming that they were heroes needed in other worlds. One of them claimed it needed to be Sekai as fuck. The last one was a strange-looking man that people could only describe as an elf, having arrived in this world with a Bastian cat girl at his side, and that was near the Dagon incident. He was one of the heroes who died, and his remains were taken by the cat girl to Bastet's realm to be interred along with all the other heroes.
I see. I read over the contract. Is there anything else of note on my one specifically?
Sure, you can roll investigate. As far as you blast heads, it specifically states that in the future, should any complications arise due to your void-related bloodline, the company will do their best to accommodate and or assist you in helping you achieve your full potential and or unlock the power of your bloodline. There is a small stipulation of clause in there that you have to do whatever you can to increase in power, and that while the company will not force you to improve your bloodline, they will highly recommend that you do, and they will not assist you if you do something like trying to suppress your bloodline, as they see it as only beneficial.
I see. That seems fine with me. I have no reason to suppress it so far.
Add something to your character sheet for me.
Yes?
Bloodline. Void.
Okay. Is it... I gotta just put this one.
Aztec, what's the type of person you're called again? A fullborn?
Yeah.
Add to your character sheet, Bloodline Fullborn. Also, if you guys forgot to add your 1 point for the beginning of the session, please do now. Blast heads, I gave you one before for forgetting something. No.
Yeah.
Blasthead asked me to make 2 summons for him, but I've been debating how to actually make them. So I have 4 character sheets, 2 different character sheets for 2 different summons. And I haven't decided which way I'm going to go with it yet, so I won't give him the character sheets, but I have them here in front of me.
Wait, what was the
And
two summons
they functionally act the same, but they change how other powers could work depending on how I decide on a ruling. So I gave him a hero point at the beginning because I'm the one who's indecisive here. I have his shit finished. He asked me about these summons 2 weeks ago. And I feel bad that I don't have an actual sheet to toss him yet because I'm indecisive. So I gave him an extra hero point to start.
Was that damaging and no, you already
Affliction, Railgun, and Affliction.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, 3 technically, but I see the Affliction and then the Railgun as the real summons. The adding damage thing has a hard cap on it that any player should have already capped out, which they both do, so it's not really that useful. The adding straight up damage isn't really useful, to be honest. For investigation, Artie, for yours, Artie, you see in small, tiny print writing, small, very teeny, tiny print writing, it says, if you're reading this, you're gay. Yep.
I don't like this part of the
There's also a little devil, like a circle with the smiley face with devil horns and a little devil tail sitting at the end, like a period.
I asked her about this. What about this?
She smirks and says, well, clearly you're gay. You also see something that says something about a performance bonus, how everything you've agreed upon is already there, but should the company decide that you're going above and beyond your paycheck, so to speak, that it's up to your handler, in this case, mismanagement, to decide if you would gain a bonus for each contract. Nothing answers you. What were you expecting? Why do you keep sucking things in there, in public? It's like you're asking for it. By the way, as you look through the file that mismanagement gave you, you see a testimony from one of the children that you saved who came out about a month after the allegations came out, trying to go to a newspaper. They wrote a letter stating exactly how terrible these allegations were, how professional you were, and how they're utterly horrified that the person who saved their life was being subjected to such a witch hunt. And the name seems familiar. You notice, because it's been years since that incident, you notice it is a relatively recent villain that has been in the news. One who has claimed that heroes betrayed them and has destroyed what it means to be a hero. That's one of the kids you saved who tried to speak out in your defense but was shut down by this corporation. And turned into a villain, apparently. Like a real one, not a corporate villain. His name is Mr. Mystery. And it's not a name he gave himself. It's a name that the newspapers gave him because he shows up only as a shadowy form, does his business without saying a single word to anyone around. Any attempt to stop him, prevent him from doing what he's doing, simply does not work. He's done things like stroll into a bank, empty the vault, and walk out without a single hero being able to do a damn thing. He's just a shadowy humanoid form who just strolls in, does what he wants, and walks out. Doesn't harm a single person, but is clearly unable to be stopped. Clearly. He did save actually 6 puppies that day. One of the kids had a duffel bag, and the duffel bag was full of puppies.
I'd like to say I would have already signed it by now. So, my fate's sealed.
Assuming you did. Also, there's a small note that says that while the succubi in the office are very friendly, you cannot be expected to have any sort of exclusivity with any succubi in the office unless you make a specific contract with them.
It means
Succubi gonna be succubi unless you sign a contract.
just in case you want to get freaky with somebody. Wow.
Well, one of you signed, he says, raising an eyebrow and looking at you all patiently.
I'll sign.
You all sign, and she grins evilly and says, "Good, good, good. Now get on your knees."
Okay. I get on my knees.
He starts laughing hysterically, and she goes, "Oh, the newbies are always so much fun. Get up, you moron. I was just fucking with you."
Okay.
She tisks and says, "So obedient. I don't know whether to be happy or disappointed."
Well, you're the first people that said you wanted me, so...
She raises an eyebrow, looks at the other guys, both of you two, and says, "Holy fuck, how messed up was this guy's life before now?" She looks down at her own PDA, then her eyes widen, and she goes, "Oh, right. Voidborn from Australia." She looks at you with a wince and sympathy and says, "Don't worry, honey, things will be better here."
I actually spent most of my life in a lab.
We know. Hold on,
Shakes her head and says, "Well, you have a couple options. You can take your first contract. You can design your home base for now. You can let me design your base for you for what I think you'll want. I am going to be your handler from now on, so any contracts you gain will be through me. We have some training facilities. We have some areas you guys could go to learn a bit more about the company, a bit more about your contracts."
Yeah, I was about to say, give us this first contract, and you could deal with that home base. I think you could. We're 3 guys here.
Yeah.
I had base needs a woman touch to it.
Seconded or thirded. I'll be right back. I need to get water and shit. So
She shakes her head and says, "I'm not sure if you guys would end up with mattresses with no holders or a bunch of stripper poles, or both, but I'd be happy to handle it for you." That being said,
Hold up, you want to continue?
you will be sent on one of 3 missions. You can either go to retrieve some new recruits, punish some people who need to be taught a lesson, or retrieve something for us. She grins at you and says, one at a time. I'm assuming you'll be going on all three. After all, they've been put on your docket, but you have a choice of which to choose first.
I got a question. With the second one, do we get in trouble if we accidentally kill them? We were quite good at that.
She shrugs and says, think of it like you have a bonus, and your bonus takes a hit for everyone you lose.
Okay.
You have a minimum payment for mission due to your contract, which is quite generous, if I might admit. Now that you've signed it, I have no reason to lie to you. Insight roll for those of you guys who wish.
Okay. Well, that's a 5. And I don't think my insight's that good.
Artie, she's telling the truth. 100%.
Oh no! Oh shit! That's a 1 in my case.
Not a natural one, though.
No, it's just a dirty one. That's called.
The basic one is what we call it, and there's a big difference.
Oh wait, is it? No, it might not be because it's insight.
You're Australian, and your people have met with a lot of demons. For the rest of you guys, you know that only the dirtiest and filthiest of demon kinds, the greed and gluttony demons, are the types who go and hang out in Australia, at least in the street and poor areas where he grew up. Most of the cities are the Asmodean or the Lilith type demons. What do you call it? There are a few of the pride demons there, but they're mostly the ambassador or political types. Pride demons mostly stay within the layer of Lucifer's hell, as they see any other realm as lesser than their own. The Pride realm is also the only layer of hell known to have infernal dragons. A new species of dragon that is a crossbreed descended from Lucifer and Tiamat themselves. A breed of black dragons that shares Lucifer's blood.
Oh? Okay, that is that seems scary.
As fuck, yeah. Don't piss those guys off yet.
Yeah.
The second in command of this company is from the Pride layer of hell, but he's an enigmatic figure, and very few people even know his name. Also, it is a mystery as to which layer is numbered which. Several people claim to know what the order of Hell's layers are, but from the rumors that are public knowledge, it is a complete toss-up which layer is in which area, and it changes so often it's not worth releasing.
Okay.
As by the time they're done announcing it, it's likely that another layer of Hell will probably have changed hands. There are only 4 layers of Hell that actually have demon lords that have stayed there. Lilith, Asmodeus, Lucifer, and Baphomet.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Only those 4 Satans, quote-unquote, are the ones that have actually retained their position in Hell.
Okay. Well, can we get... What is the details on the, new recruits? Are they, like, children? Are they fully adults? What are they, like...
It's an orphanage.
Orphanage?
You are to go to the orphanage and offer the children a better life.
Oh,
It's
let's
in
do
the
that.
middle of war-torn Africa, in the middle of another corporation's territory. So technically, you're violating international law. But from everything you can tell by this, you would actually be offering these children a better life, as the contract you're offering them does not require them to be pressed into service until the age of 18.
Yeah, see
Until
that?
then, they will be trained and
Sector
cared
weather
for
alert.
under
A large
Infernal
sandstorm.
Corporation's umbrella.
Hey, think about this way, Artie.
Think of it like benevolent slavery, she corrects you.
You get to improve your reputation. We can take photos of you like holding these children.
She shrugs and says, unhappy slaves don't produce new generations. We need happy slaves to keep the train rolling.
Aside from no water, but that's like a.
Well, there is a local warlord who would like these children for himself.
Oh, do we kill this warlord or just leave him alone?
Well, it depends on you. You are to be inserted at the orphanage.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
No. He seems to be some local tribal leader
Fuck.
who was trying to gain a large enough tribe to be considered a mercenary subcorporation to be hired by one of the local corporations. The local subcorporation is a subcorporation under the umbrella of Viper Corp. And it is specifically there to mine celerium from the ground. And it owns a small area of 10 square kilometers within the Saharan desert. There is nothing in the area except a large mine and several storehouses that keep the supplies that their parent corporation flies in once a month. This area mines this rare earth mineral from the ground.
Oh, by the way, Aztec.
Yeah.
We discussed the missions. The first one that I think we should do first is about going to war-torn Africa to recruit some children.
From everything he can tell, it would actually be a better life. It'd be basically corporate slavery, but they'd be waiting until they're 18 to be turned into child soldiers instead of being rolled over by a local warlord and being turned into child soldiers now.
All right.
If you basically abduct them for the corporation, they'll be indoctrinated into the corporation, but they'll be given an education and training, and they will only be pressed into service once they turn 18.
That works for me.
Sector weather alert.
And it will help with Artie's image.
There are 40 children in this local village, roughly, give or take. They don't know how many, but the last count they had was 43.
Fair.
Is there any like children of notice? Like, are there any of them like with really good abilities that we should know about?
No. This area was flagged by a contact of a contact who one of the local nuns reached out to is in an effort to try and gain an extra lifeline for the children to prevent them from being pressed into the front lines of a local conflict. You will essentially be seen as these children's saviors, but you'll also be basically putting them into the Spartan 2 program.
That saved the planet Earth and humanity, so that's why it's worth it.
If you look at the finer print of the contract, you'll see that it is basically the Spartan program. Gene therapies, non-elective augmentive surgeries, stuff like that. But all things that are basically going to turn them into Spartans.
Heroes.
No, Spartans.
Heroes.
Remember, the Spartans were built to take out rebellions.
I'm aware.
They were built
Heroes.
to take out.
Ben, I know, Ben. Heroes. I said what I said. From an Oni standpoint, heroes.
Sure. Actually, yeah. Fucking Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Consider yourself the Oni wet workers. You're Captain Keys on your way to collect the Master Chief.
Yep.
Did you know that, Artie? Captain Keys was one of 2 people who was there to abduct the Master Chief. He didn't abduct him himself, but he was there to screen him with Dr. Halsey and mark him for abduction. Also, his daughter is Dr. Halsey's daughter. They banged. Keys and Halsey.
Yeah.
My only question is, how cold was it? Because she's really fucking cold. Anyway, I gotta pee again real quick. I'll be back. And then we can... Hush you.
Hey, it sounds like you got a child to take care of.
Let me go beat him real quick.
Yeah, make sure you use the belt.
I'll be right back, I guess. I still need to get a hotel. I'm not doing that tonight. Right? I should have, but I did not. Yeah, no, there's something near the airport, I'm sure. Should be fine. Okay, I'll be right back.
Butters, what are you doing, little man?
Where was Ben? Hello?
I'm back.
No, you. I already knew you were black. You don't have to sit there and rub it in our face, bud.
I'm sorry. Damn.
Is Artie here?
Well, he went to be his child, so I don't know. That might take some time.
Truth.
Like, to be fair,
He is
I
brown.
think a short time you need to beat your child.
Yeah. You don't want to skimp.
Yeah, you gotta make sure all the surface is red and purple.
That's a crucial time before they can remember. They just have like deep-seated fears and traumas, and they won't know why.
It's just a baby, dude. You have to scare them until they're at least a toddler, then you can start beating them.
Yeah. Parents are soft on you.
You might also be trying out like the new electric therapy shit, like fucking shocking your baby until stop trying.
I don't know if that's new. Might be a little retro, but
No, before the baby had like a solid 50% chance to die. You try, you like film this time or like?
But you guys chose to deploy to the Sahara to collect some child soldiers?
yeah.
One of us.
Alright, you head to the ready room where you see... One second, let me grab my notebook. It is what looks like a hallway. You guys have played Oblivion, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nope, you're just gonna make me take an extra 10 minutes while I load up Oblivion to show you a gate. Your move, holy man.
I
Damn
wish
well you
one
know what a gate
Oblivion
looks like
one.
already. But the hallways and stuff inside Infernal Core look like that, but when you walk into one of the rooms, they look modern, sleek. All white walls, steel highlights, aluminum edgings, stuff like that. It's a strange dichotomy between hellish and modern.
Is it like the old one or the new Oblivion gate?
Well, considering the only difference is the graphics rendering, I would guess the new ones.
The new one you can see through it.
But when you look outside the window, it is a rather hellish landscape, and you understand now that having been brought to one of the offices, after leaving and signing the contract, you guys felt that a portal shifted you to a different place. You look outside the window and realize you're no longer in a space station. You are in a hellish landscape. Only you, Mr. Void Boy, understand that you're an entirely different layer of reality entirely. An entirely different dimension. You're inside of one of the layers of hell, and the sky above might as well be brimstone and fire, with a lavascape/city around you. Think of it like an Oblivion gate, but city style.
Okay.
Oh, 3 dimension.
You are in a rather tall building, but in the center of those buildings is a massive spire with what looks like a gilded crown at the top. And you guys can see the symbol of Asmodeus on the tower.
Okay, I guess we go up it or down it.
You walk into the ready room and you see what looks like a pale elvish man with demonic features, horns, a tail that's spaded that flicks back and forth, and glasses, and he has what looks like black leathers as his clothing, but over the black leathers there are straps and harnesses all over him with what looks like an assortment of pouches and tools with different gadgets and other things strapped to him, as well as a medium-sized backpack that looks like it has some sort of big device inside it. Above his left shoulder, there seems to be some sort of ray gun looking thing, and above the right shoulder, there seems to be some sort of sensor. As you guys walk in, the sensor over his right shoulder looks at you. He uses his index finger on his right hand to shove his glasses up to where they were, and you see them bind up, and you see a gray matter. They kind of shift into gray matter and shift into goggles as he blinks and looks at you guys and says, "Ah, here you are. Our new team. I am Leroy, your technical expert. I am here to give you guys some pointers. I will be your technical support for your new base. I hear you have the mistress designing it for you, so I shall inquire with her. But before I do, are there any specific requirements any of you have for your domicile? Any things we should know about, such as an aquatic place to sleep, anything like that? We're not fucking mind readers down here, and I don't give a shit if you whine about it later. You'll be on a waiting list. You have my attention now."
Do you have like a time dilation room?
He looks at you, Aztec, blinks, and says, "Where I am from, we speak in the order of who spoke first." Then he blinks and looks at you, Artie, and says, "You spoke first, my good man, before you were so rudely interrupted."
Alright.
Yeah, Aztec. Yeah, Zuzu.
He blinks and looks at you, clearly done with your shit already. Blast.
Oh. Does he hate me too?
For interrupting Artie a second time after getting chastised for interrupting? Yeah. He just blinks at you as if to ask if you're done, and then looks back at Artie expectantly. What was the third thing? Small caliber rounds, then what?
I want a 3D printer that can print for me. Small caliber rounds. And I want 3 fucking prepared meals every day.
So you want a substandard mattress and a standard fabricator in your room. Got it. He shrugs and says, "The other things you named are already included in your domicile. However, I have to admit that the mattress you're asking for is centuries old and archaic." Yes, it's already installed. That's why I brought it up, because it would be kind of a shame to waste it.
It seems like you guys already thought about it. Honestly, if I need anything, it would have been after I've acclimated.
He shrugs and says, "We're demons. What's the point of all this if you don't get to party when you're not busy?" He chuckles and says, "There's a fully stocked bar with a robotic bartender. Though I must say, some people prefer a living bartender, but that costs extra on your daily allotment. You can pay monthly? Some people do, but as long as you're keeping up on contracts, such service staff is usually pretty cheap." As for me, I am your assigned seneschal, so I will be working for you from now on regardless, so long as you are here at Inferno Corps. You might have noticed I gave you my full name. I'm a Cambion. I don't give a shit about that. You can try to invoke my name all you want. It won't work on me. He nods He nods, completely unfazed, and says, "I would expect no less. Welcome to the company, sir."
Well, Aztec.
He shows you inside, and you guys see uniforms.
Hold
The
on.
uniforms are all red and black, sleek bodysuits with tactical pouches, tactical harnesses, body armor that covers you from head to toe. You guys are essentially. Do you guys know what SPI armor is from the Halo universe? Semi-powered infiltration armor. It's like the baby version of a Mjolnir armor.
Yeah.
It does not have any energy shields, but instead of and it is very lightly armored in comparison. It doesn't have nearly as much of the mechanical assistance, but what it does have is optical camouflage. It actually has a recycling system like a still suit. It seems like your powers can pass through your suit just fine. You walk over skeptically. As soon as you lay a hand on your suit, you realize, even if you were like Wolverine, who needed claws to pass through his fists, the suit would adapt to you and make allowance. It seems to be some sort of semi-powered infiltration armor made of nanites that is smart and adaptive. It doesn't offer much as far as protection goes, but for infiltration, communication, and life support, it is excellent. This allows you to function underwater in 0G, and it is considered the equivalent of a +5 in the stealth skill.
For my modifications, I asked if I could have a pitch black room, so like a room that just goes pitch black at night time. I sleep better in the dark. And
He looks at you and blinks and says, "You mean a fucking light switch?"
no. Sometimes that dark. Sometimes if it's like dark, like that's like I need pitch. Like
He
Like,
blinks and says,
you can't see a white person 1 feet near you. I sleep best in that.
he just blinks at you and says, "You want a dark room to sleep in? Got it. I'll make sure to nix the nightlight."
Could I also have a living servant instead of a robotic one?
He shrugs and says, "You'll have to do that yourself."
Okay.
Once you get your area, you'll have your terminal, and inside your terminal, you'll get a living servant. You can replace that servant with a living servant from within that.
Okay. Could you pump my room full of my void energy too?
He nods and goes, "Yes," and writes something down on a clipboard.
And don't worry about the mattress. I found the ground too comfortable now.
He sniffs and goes, "Lie." I shall provide a mattress regardless, but I shall also provide a suitable place on the floor to sleep. The choice will be up to you.
And I think that's about it from my side. Oh yeah, add some pet bowls too. My eyes. Jerry likes to eat sometimes at night time.
He shrugs and says, "Your pets will have their own accommodations."
I agree with everything Aztec
Oh,
Okay.
By the way, you look at your armor and you see it is called the Rakshasa armor. Oh, I saw that link you sent me about that game, Aztec, and I was looking into it. It seems interesting.
yeah, it's fun. I think you'd like it.
What game is it?
My
What's
problem
that?
is, I feel like it would be incredibly fun or absolutely fucking boring. Like there would be no in between.
It's a Telltale game, so if you like Telltale games, you'll like it. If you don't, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know.
I
The
don't know,
only
try it.
versions I've played of those are porn games, and I don't know.
No, I
Because
mean
some of
like
them are
Telltale The
fun, and some of
Walking
them are
Dead.
not. Oh, I never played anything like that.
Yeah.
I found those kind of boring.
Yeah, give it 30 minutes, steal it, and go see if you like it.
What was that game that made Steam finally fucking start giving refunds after all those years? I forget. One of those games that tanked so badly that Steam had to start
Man's
giving
Sky.
refunds. Right. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
You fucked up so badly, you changed the company's entire policy.
They fixed it though.
Kind of.
But yeah, if I could talk to the dude, if I can get a time dilation chamber or something.
He nods and writes something down on a clipboard.
Okay, great.
He raises his finger and says, I cannot guarantee what ratio of time dilation at the beginning, because that will depend on how much we have left over after the other improvements. Time dilation can be expensive, and if I blow all the budget on it right away, we won't have any points for anything else left over. But if I improve your dilation factor at the end of each major upgrade, you should have plenty to be getting along with.
Yeah, that works for me. Any level of time dilation for the start works, so that I could store up.
He shrugs and says, we'll start you off with a minimum of 4 to 1.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, sure. I'll be. Oh my god, you don't understand how strong it's gonna make me.
You don't understand how cheap that is in a headquarters.
Hey.
Not just the fact that you're doing it in a single chamber, either. Like, you'll get 2 ranks for every 1 point for not doing it in the entire headquarters.
Let me double check my thingy.
Put it this way. The Hall of Justice, in its most beefy form, is a power level 14 headquarter. That's 14 ranks in the headquarter. That's 14 times 5. Headquarters, their bullshit, you could have a railgun at power level 10 with a headquarter rank of 5. That shit is not restricted by power level. A Zeppelin a Doom or something. You can make a Zeppelin a Doom, it's just expensive as fuck. But that's how you can be like a power level 10 character posing a power level 20 threat, is because you put a bunch of points into your fucking mobile doomsday fortress and threaten the entire world with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Blasthead's boop gun? He can technically crank past his power level.
So can I do that with my like my full one powers?
No. They're powers. You just said it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, oh, okay.
You
so, like,
can if you bind them to a pendant or a ring or something so that you can only use it if you're wearing that piece of equipment, and you take into fact that I can either disarm that piece of equipment to disable your powers or break it to disable them until you can get it repaired.
well, no, I just mean like in the way my powers work. It's like I could store strength, right, and then use that strength. Like I could
It's
store strength
sort
for
of
like.
how it works.
Does
The
it just
problem
give me?
is, Aztec, is that the whole point of playing Mutants and Masterminds is that I don't have to keep track of nearly as many things as D&D. So
That's why
as
I'm
long
asking,
as
does
you're
it-
giving
does
me
it-
a general ballpark of what you're doing, I'm not going to keep that close a track of what you're fucking doing.
Well, that's what I was asking. If it's gonna be like like boosting my power over the limit, or is it just that like an increase of like stuff so I don't run out?
It's an increase of stuff so you don't run out, but I gave you a way to boost over your limit with the combination powers.
That's what I'm saying with the compounding.
Yes, but think of it like this. You don't have to worry about ever running out of things until I warn you, hey, you're starting to run low on this element.
Yeah, but I mean, like, say I store, I don't know, like a week's worth of strength or whatever, and then decide to use it all, or like eat the ring, and then have like 10 times, so like what, like 80 days of strength, and just burn all that. So like, I turn into the Hulk. Do I just get stronger, or do I still cap out at 8 and just stay at 8 for longer? You know?
No, you go up to Hulk level because you're doing
Okay.
a sacrifice and
Yeah.
burning a consumable. You're
Yeah, that's what
doing
I'm saying.
two different types of sacrifices on the power,
Well, that's
and
yeah.
I'm using those sacrifices as the price you're paying for breaking the power limit of those powers. What I'm saying is those 3 powers you can compound are the only actual powers that you could boost it with and go beyond. The create power, if you did that, that's capped at your power level.
Yeah. That I understand.
Which actually, by the way, I created a version of the power you need for that costs 1 point per rank, and you have 2 points. So if you want, you could already make 2 points in the create control.
Oh no, I'll save it for now.
Yeah, I would advise waiting till you get to point 4 so that you could make a block that you can make a pretty big block of matter with a wave of your hand at that point.
Yeah. And then
And
I can
then,
sort of
like-
whip that around and use it.
If you use the time chamber right, you'll be able to be whatever mass you want, have whatever strength boost you want, as long as you spend the time to do it. The problem is having the time to do it, which is why you want to sink the resources into your time chamber, which you're doing. So,
Yep.
yeah. Like I said, if you can find a way to break this game, I'm not going to stop you from breaking it. I'm just going to break it right back. You're going to have a villain that's there as your nemesis who's there to counter you and fist fight with you. And when Artie comes after him, he's going to be like, be gone, I'm here for him.
Yeah.
Because he
That's
scaled
fair.
to your power level, not his. All I'm saying is, this is going to be a much more casual game than D&D, and I think that you guys have been keeping track of some of the stuff that you might not necessarily need to keep track of.
I'm just making sure.
You're trying to keep track of how much metal you're using. I'm going to tell you right
Nope.
now, I'm not.
I'm not.
I'm assuming you have it in your little storage queue because
Yeah, I was.
entire warehouses worth of storage are easily crammed in there at power level 8, which is where your fucking
I
equipment
was
is.
just.
essentially.
I was just trying to make sure that my powers worked in the way that they worked. That was all.
Each rank of equipment gives you 5 points to spend on that equipment. You guys were given the equivalent of power level 8 equipment to start with. 8 times 5? 40,
I
correct?
hear you, Ben. Yeah, Ben. I hear
That's
you.
how
I
many
hear
points I spent on your storage container. I'm not going to sit here and bitch and moan about how much space you have.
you. I wasn't asking about. I wasn't asking about space. It was just a question about. It doesn't matter. Just move up.
Also, if you die, it goes bloop with you, and when you come back to life, it goes bloop back with you.
Okay.
It is essentially soulbound to you, but like in a good way.
Well, should we got all that sorted?
I'm waiting for Artie. You guys are literally in the armory waiting to deploy. You got your semi-powered infiltration armor equipped.
Oh yeah, I got to ask. If I put on my suit, does it go over the suit?
It will go over your SPI armor. Also, your SPI armor gives you the camouflage power of Camouflage 5. It gives you a damage threshold of 5, which means it can soak up to 5 damage before it gets penetrated. It has the property of breach. It is environmentally sealed until something bursts through the damage threshold, at which point it is breach and must be sealed again. But it can exist in any environment. The void, space, underwater, under pressure, or whatever, as long as the suit is sealed. Once its damage threshold is punctured, you must reseal the suit in some way, shape, or form in order to go to one of those hazardous environments again.
I see.
It has a one-time use thruster pack that has a 10-second single direction burn thruster on it.
But like it was repaired each mission, right? If we use it, we get to use it again next mission. Or next time we...
Each set of armor seems to have its own locker with its own set of fabricator inside it that seems to be dedicated to the maintenance, upkeep, and updating of each set of armor. Donning the armor is also as simple as stepping into the armor locker, pushing a button, and holding your arms out. An automated
Armor for
system
everyone?
that equips the armor to you. Each of you has the option to put it on. Your orders state that it's recommended you use it for this mission.
Alright, I'll use mine.
I'll put it on. I'm pretty sure Artie will put it on too. Okay.
So all 3 of you are equipped. You walk inside of the next room there, and you see what looks like a hangar. Inside the hangar is a sleek-looking, almost B-2 bomber style spaceship. You can tell it's a spaceship because it has ion thrusters and solar scoops on it. Solar scoops are meant for long-range space journeys that allow it to refuel by burning in one direction, opening its scoops, and holding position without burning its thrusters. Over time, it collects solar energy, and any form of radiation converts it into fuel for the thrusters and allows you to make additional burns. It is for long-range missions. However, you guys see what looks like a ablative panel on the outsides, which is something usually synonymous with stealth craft. You guys see an imp standing next to what looks like another succubus. This one in a flight/jumpsuit.
Oh, hello there.
Hold on a second. Sorry, 1 second, I'm writing notes. This is a succubus that seems to look a little more ditzy with pink hair and smaller horns than the one you met with, and paler red skin. She waves at you excitedly and says, "Hey guys, I'm your pilot, Firefly. Welcome to the unit." You see a small imp next to her roll his eyes and says, "Greetings, masters. I am Walter, your butler. Welcome to the company," he says with a sneer.
Walter White.
Walter Butterman the 33rd, if you must know. From a proud family line of butlers.
I see.
He sniffs at you and says, "Some of us prescribe to the Church of Ray Finds and consider this a compliment."
Some of us don't. Some of us think that sucks. But some of us think your whole family were slaves.
He turns his nose up at you and says, "You may be my master, but it seems some of us have no taste. I shall keep this in consideration when stocking the library." He bows at you and says, "Master."
Slave.
Suzu.
He raises an eyebrow as he stands up and says, "Master slave?"
You know what? I'll allow it.
He shrugs and says, "I'll stick with master. That
Oh.
seems a little strange."
It's never fun when they don't enjoy it.
He shrugs and says, "I'm here to keep your home and clean up after you." He shrugs and says, "I am not a house elf, master."
I don't think that was normal talk.
You're a house something.
You see the rest of his body remain entirely still while his left eye seems to twitch and a vein twitches at his left temple.
Okay, we should not let us save Poppy's head before we even go on our first mission. But I hope your children are great slaves too. As I walk off.
He sighs and says, "Not a slave, a butler. It is a position of high honor, thank you very much, not some mere laborer." As you guys walk into the troop ship, you guys see the pilot, Firefly, chuckle to herself, shake her head, and give a finger to the butler as his back is turned. Then she turns around at you guys, looks you all in the eye, winks, and then walks back into the pilot seat.
Okay. What's that? Like I watched this old time movie. What did that dude say about this? Like, it was like an airplane movie. Like I think it was Maverick.
Airplane? You mean Top Gun?
Yeah, Top Gun. Like
Maverick and Goose. But back when people didn't know that Tom Cruise was gay, they immediately suspected it. Exactly.
But yeah, let's do this. I buckle right in.
You walk into the back, and there seems to be a series of seats and lockers that seem to be secured, a netting of what looks like crates strapped to the top that can be accessed through the netting from the bottom. They're strapped with the bottom facing up so that you can open the small panels there, and they seem to be filled with different kinds of ammunition. Hand grenades, plasma rounds, stuff like that. The lockers seem to have generic uniforms, parts for your SPI armor, medical supplies. You see one medical locker in the corner that seems to have some emergency care stuff, a stretcher, a few body bags, and in the bottom you guys notice that the bottom is grated, and under the grating is what looks like... You guys know those things you get for the side of your sink that have like the drying rack and the thing under them to collect the water? It's like that, except it's crusted over and you can tell it's for collecting blood and expelling it from the dropship.
Damn, how many people died in this?
You hear a voice over the intercom cheerily say, "At least 100. But I can't really count. I've done a lot of combat missions, and frankly, this is a cushy posting. Last place I was in was a planet filled with flak where our battleship kept getting shot down. Every time I left, it was in the middle of getting shot down, and I had to land at a different ship, get shot down again, go drop off my troops, and then land again on a different ship. This is a lot better."
Oh yeah, we were just kidnapping some children.
You hear a chuckle over the radio and says, "Oh, wait until you see the way they're living now before you call it kidnapping." I mean, you're technically right. They don't have a choice, and neither do you.
Hey.
But, like...
Hey.
Why don't you see what the alternatives look like before you pass judgment, Mr. White Knight?
Huh? I wasn't saying I was up for it. Hey, back in the training simulation, I didn't even know these guys were real. I fucking ripped somebody into a fucking wall. There was no rains.
He shrugs, or you don't see her, she's in the cockpit. You hear another chuckle over the intercom and says, "I've seen the training vids. You're decent for newbies, but I wouldn't get too far ahead of yourself." The only one I'm really sure is going to make it back every time is Mr. Jihad over there, and that doesn't necessarily guarantee he'll be successful. You hear another chuckle over the intercom. At least he's got a sense of humor. At this point, we're just waiting for the pre-flight check to finish and for clearance to deploy. Anything you guys want to do before the mission starts, do it now.
Out of character, I'm gonna smoke, but I'm good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you might not even get into combat. It depends on how you do this, so we'll see.
Okay, fair enough.
In character, I'll make sure each of my equipment is good. Like, make sure there's no faulty shit, but like, I know that it's all good. So I'm fine.
Inside each of the armors is an emergency medical pump that's supposed to stabilize people and bring them back up on their feet with a stim pack when they go down. On yours, when you check your pump, you notice the others check theirs, and there's nothing scrawled on theirs. On the inside of yours, it says emergency +1 vigor.
Oh. Oh, I don't even need this.
With one of those little smiley faces, but it's a winky face instead.
Wait. Because yeah, I remember because I got 1 point now because I got the Die Hard perk.
And while you guys are all here, wait, is Aztec here? Or did he just step away? Fuck, I forgot to say something earlier about the hero points, but it affects you guys. Because for every hero point you guys get, once you spend it, I get a point to spend back.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we already have spent,
You've spent 1, Aztec has spent 1, Artie has spent 2.
3?
No, 3. Yeah, you're right. 3. My notes say 3.
It isn't spent against the person that spent it, right? Not towards everybody.
No, I can use it on anyone, but I can do the same things you guys can do with a hero point, but for the enemies.
I see.
Aztec, I was just explaining to these guys that whenever you guys gain a hero point, I don't gain anything. But when you spend a hero point, I gain the equivalent of a hero point to spend back.
Okay.
But the trade-off there is whenever I spend one, all of you gain a hero point.
Okay.
That's the trade-off. I wasn't done explaining it, Blasthead, but that's the trade-off. That's what keeps you guys wanting to spend it, because you can turn one hero point into one fuck-up, but then translates into all of you getting a hero point.
Okay.
So it's a back-and-forth thing that still benefits the player more than it does the DM. But it keeps the villainous options open, so to speak. You guys can do I had this gadget that lets me bullshit this encounter. Well, so can the villain, so he can get away for next week's episode. I can save up all those points and spend 4 at once just to make the villain get away to be like a repeat offender or some shit.
Like how Artie is a repeat offender.
Actually, you guys at this point, out of character, have just been given in-game fucking proof that he was set up by the people who fucking set him up.
I'm still making shit about him. I know about he's innocent. I'm still fucking making fun of him.
He's innocent of that. I wouldn't call him innocent. But is everyone here? Can we continue? You're all in the dropship waiting to go down? Yarp, okay. You guys go down. You guys are in the Sahara Desert. You guys see massive rolling dunes. You guys see several smaller mega cities that are basically large tiered superstructures huddled around oases. But the rest of the area is open desert save for small mining platforms and other places that are usually very haphazard and different, with one thing making all of them very similar: massive water storage tanks.
Damn, that's the first time in Africa.
It's like Wakanda.
It's almost like they need that much water stored to live in the goddamn desert. Pay attention here, bro. You're in the Dune Sea now. You're in fucking Tatooine. People store water because they need to survive. It's a global economy. It's a multiversal economy. You think they can't import water? Motherfucker's got void blood and he's still tripping.
Okay,
As you guys go through, you guys realize that what you thought were the windows, which were much wider than you'd think on a stealth jet or dropship or anything like that, are actually video screens. It seems to be live images from outside of the hull, and when you look at them, you see that you can expand how much of the hull is transparent. As you hook up to the systems, you guys notice that you can also track the vital signs inside your team. There's also the vital signs of the pilot and the vital signs of your butler, who is in the dropship with you and listed as the flight officer for you guys. He seems to have put on an IM-Sight breathing apparatus, like a fucking pilot's helmet almost, which is basically a grunt outfit, but with wings sprouting out of the back. What would be a methane tank on him is breathable air. He does not have to tap into unless the back area depressurizes. You guys are all in your SPI armor, so the back area does not need to be pressurized. However, you only have 90 minutes of air inside your tank, so it is giving you breathable air in the meantime. There are a few armory lockers with several small plasma rifles and plasma pistols, none of them over power level 3. There's a few hand grenades also at power level 4, but they spread out over an area. You guys can arm yourself with lesser weapons if you want, but that is up to you if you don't want to waste your powers on cleaning up trash. Or, and this is one of the last times I'll give you any kind of advice, blast heads, you could grab a bunch of plasma pistols and hand your multi-limbed armor a bunch of plasma pistols.
I see. I will do that. I'll grab a bunch of plasma pistols. And do we got plasma swords here?
There is, but I would advise doing one or the other. You're overcomplicating it by trying to do both.
I was thinking more my Devourer would want the plasma sword and my armor would want
Your Devourer cannot wield the plasma swords. Your Devourer took certain negatives to overpower itself as a power level 6 summon. It is incapable of wielding weaponry. And it is called the Devourer for a reason. And all of its power is in restraining people and then chomping on them. If you wanted to give it a damaging advantage, you'd give it like spiked armor or something. But that's not a standard item that you'd find in the armory.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just grab the pistols.
Let alone on the dropship. And considering it's a multi-limb 6, you're pretty much taking all of the pistols that are sitting there. There's 2 spare pistols. There's about 8 lockers there. There's enough to hold 12 people. You guys have your flight lieutenant, which is not taking up one of the 12 people. The 12 people would be lined 6 on either side in the troop area. Then there's a pilot, space for a co-pilot, which is currently unoccupied, and a seat up front for the flight officer, which is currently being taken up by Walter Butterman, the imp. This guy, you know his name, his full name, because he is your servant. He is beholden to you and he serves you. You can summon him by speaking his name 3 times.
I'll try that out. Walter Butterman.
You summon him in the middle of flight maneuvers, and he gives you a dirty look as he spills over and lands ass over tea kettle on the back of the bulkhead. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's that comic position where they're like, their head is on the floor, their back is against the wall, and their legs are drooped over the top of their body.
Yeah, so he tells you if you're like close to me already.
He gives you a dirty look. Then he polarizes his gauntlets so you can't see the inside of his helmet. Sorry, he polarizes his helmet with his gauntlets. You look down and notice that you guys can control the internals of your SPI armor with a wrist-mounted data pad on there. All of you guys, pick a number 1 through 20.
I'll choose 14.
I was gonna choose 14. 15.
Artie.
Number 3.
I got 15. Aztec.
Yeah.
For the purposes of comm channels, you are marked as squad leader on the armor systems.
Neato.
You notice a category that is not there for everyone else, which is squad-wide radio. As you tap into it, you notice there's a playlist option.
Oh, cool. What do we got?
You don't know. You open up the discography, as you will, and it's every single song in the planet Earth you can think of.
Ooh, we're playing Future Islands today, boys.
And can we play that on a bot, but like really low? Do you guys know how to do that? I know we have a bot that can, but I don't
You
know
have
how
a
to do
music
it.
bot.
But can we turn it down real low to play it as like background music?
I think you have to turn it down by yourself. Does that make sense?
Whatever. Let's continue. He starts
Do it next
playing
time.
it. Yeah, we'll figure it out for next time, but there's a squad-wide comm channel. You guys also see on the squad-wide comm channel mismanagement marked as comptroller on the squad channel. You see your pilot marked on there, and you see your butler marked on there.
Okay.
You're 140 million liters of water. Go fuck yourself. That's how much I come in one day.
Hey, Walter White. Can you give us a story?
He narrowed his eyes and he says, "There once was a man who did not get his butler's name right. Then he found poison in his tea at night."
Butterman. Apologize to your master right now.
End of story. You see him cock his head confused at you and says, "Why, whatever for, master? I followed your command."
Okay, Walter Butterman. I order you to punch yourself in the face.
I order you to take yourself and fuck yourself with yourself, master.
Yeah. I would know this. Imp's immortal, or they can die.
Oh, everything can die.
Well, let's hope he doesn't die. I boop him.
Aztec, I can hear whatever the fuck you got playing in the background.
Yeah, it's really loud. I don't want to get up. I'll
I
do it
won't.
for you.
I won't. I think I don't want to destroy the whole.
I tried to ignore it, but it just like kept getting louder. It felt like.
Okay.
Sorry, I tried to ignore it for your sake, but it just kept.
No, you're fine.
It felt like it kept getting louder, Jeff.
It's okay.
But anyway, okay, so. Oh, fuck. Dropship on the way down to a. You guys see what looks like a large junk town with several smoke trails as you approach closely. What looks like the equivalent of AA towers, but made of like scrap metal and what looks like patchwork rockets and other shit. It seems like a bustling settlement. Around them you see what looks like several villages, several dozen of them. Around a third of those villages seem to be smoking and burnt out ruins. You see what looks like several pens of slaves and other things inside the big scrap town village, and from what you can see on the dossier, this seems to be the central point where the bandits are striking from. You guys have one mission. Go in and take recruits from 3 separate villages that have been marked on your map. There are 2 of them that are fairly far away, one of them near an oasis, which is considered one of the most difficult recruitment options because it's furthest away from the bandits and in an area of what they consider abundance for the desert. There is an emphasis underward that says force is ordered if reason and diplomacy do not work. You have a minimum quota of 10 recruits per village.
Okay.
There is a small footnote that says you will gain bonuses to extra recruits from each village, but the quota must be met for each village or you will gain no bonus for any, and the mission will be considered failed. This is not only meant to gain recruits, but also to send a message to the local townspeople. Do not fail.
Okay. If we happen to get like 20 recruits on one village, but then like 9 in the next one, does that consider a fail still?
Yes, but it also will be taken into consideration.
Okay.
That's your controller, or your comptroller telling you that, by the way, where she says, depends on the margin of failure. If you have one recruit short in one village, but in excess in 2 others, we'll probably not give a shit. If you fail in all 3 villages, we'll probably put you on scut work for a while.
Okay. Where are we dropping, boys?
Let's start with the hardest one.
You see an overview map of the area, Helldiver style. A village, 3 villages, surrounding what looks like a plateau. On top of the plateau is a fortress that looks to be an outpost of a local bandit tribe. Not the bandits you were warned about, but it seems to be something of a local threat. And the 3 villages you are meant to recruit from form a little triangle, one along an oasis, one along a desert mountain ridge, and one very close along a river. It's very close to the border of the territory of the tribe that is taking slaves and burning villages.
We don't care about the bandits, right? We could just send Artie down there to nuke them.
There is literally nothing about the bandits in any of your mission objectives. It's up to you.
Well, the bandits would be annoying to deal with, right? We just nuke them out, get them out of the way.
Yeah, and it might help get the trust of the kids.
Yeah. Well,
Your comptroller gets on the comm and says, so let me get this straight. You want to drop one of your squad members on the bandit camp to explode on them to earn everyone's trust.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna do a math soothing so they don't to just eradicate all their fear, make them really what's the word? Have a lot of gratitude.
He grins at you and says, you see a video call come up in the corner of your vision as she grins into the camera and says, I think the word you're looking for is compliant.
Whatever works. Doesn't really matter.
I'll record it too, so make sure this account and artist. Should I record this? Should we record Artie?
You are sent a small tutorial message from one of the codex entries in your armor about how to use it from your comptroller that states that your armor is constantly recording to a database of its own that's on board and to whatever connected systems they have through a magical network that fuses magic and technology.
Okay,
You guys are essentially super soldiers being outfitted with high-tech armor. They're going to record everything they can.
Is Artie even here? Hey Artie, are you ready to be kicked out of the plane to be dropped onto a village like fucking Nagasaki?
You hear a chuckling over your radio as she says, look down at your right hand. You will see a lever with a red button that has a cover over it. Flip the cover up, pull the lever, and push the button. A pod wraps around you as you are violently ejected from the bottom of the plane. Roll fortitude as the G-forces suddenly catch up with you as you were going over Mach 3 when you were ejected. Yes. You hear a cackling over the radio. Yes. You feel fine, you hold on just fine, and it's actually rather exhilarating. You actually start laughing back into the mic. As you start laughing back, the cackling gets even louder, and Aztec blares his music. You see a small corner display on your HUD, Artie, as you continue. You see your altitude, and you see a countdown timer as you hear the voice of your comptroller, Mismanagement, on your radio say, "All right, now we're going to have a countdown in a few moments. I want you to burst within your pod the moment you land down. I want you to kill every single bandit that has been harassing the local villagers."
Wait, how do I know if they're bad or not?
That's why I read the dossier on your power. That's why I specifically told you how to think about it. Kill all of the bandits that have been harassing the surrounding villages. The range on your power is frankly mind-boggling. You should be able to clear, frankly, the entire local territory with a single detonation.
I feel like I'm gonna. What I signed up for? Like, are
She cackles into the mic again and says, "Innocent people. Trust me, dear, you're gonna kill a lot more than a few innocent people before you're done working for this company. I'm a bureaucrat and I've killed my fair share."
Well, I think if there was Nazis.
She chuckles again and says, "Too late. You've signed the contract, and we are demons, dear. You don't get to back out at this point. But trust me, the ride will be a lot of fun." She chuckles and says, "Who said you were doing evil shit? Good people have
as I fall to the ground, before I hit it, it's kind of like a missile.
She gets kind of serious for a second and says, "But in all seriousness, even people doing good have their fair share of collateral and have their decent amount of civilian blood on their hands. You're going to end up losing people. You're going to be responsible for other people's deaths at some point. It's part of the job, and you're just going to have to deal with it." It's the last thing you hear before you disintegrate into unholy fire. I mean, your explosion.
Well, if he's dead, I'll ask Firefly to slow down the ship so we can also jump out to make a cool entrance.
By the time you're done asking, Artie, you reform with your gear and storage unit intact on the ground. And you sit there and marvel for a second that, holy fuck, you came back and you're not naked. This corporate gear, including your armor, is nice. And that's when you notice the self-repair. You do it again. You hear cackling into the mic as she says, "Wonderful, wonderful." Artie comes back. And what did you ask again, Blastheads? Sorry.
For the ship to slow down so we...
Oh yeah, she's in the middle of doing that, but he has enough time, trust me.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you.
It's just he's a lot more durable, so nobody really cares about launching him at Mach 5.
Yeah, I wasn't really caring either.
The pods are actually pretty advanced, so you could drop out at any point. It's just about how rough you want the landing to be.
I want to jump out without the pod. I just want to jump out skydiving.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be really slow. Plus, she's a stealth unit, and she's stealthing right now, including after she dropped Artie. So she's gonna want to burn slowly to decelerate, to keep stealth. So it's gonna take a minute, like literally a minute. But Artie, you reform after exploding the second time to a cackling in your mic and says, "From satellite imagery, we can tell that you've cleared the area. Good work. See if you can find your own local transport there to get to one of the villages. You might be able to take some recruits by yourself if you want. I would highly advise heading to the one at the foot of the mountain. It will be the easiest to recruit from. We can drop the others to head with you in just a moment.
I will ask which building is the orphanage, so I could drop right in front of the orphanage.
The central building that you guys are over is a bandit camp, not the big one that's taking prisoners, just a bandit camp. Already was dropped on it and told to secure transport.
Yeah, we're in the village. I won't be dropping a bandit camp. I want to drop in the village.
So you want to split the party?
Yeah, we'll like, Artie will go to the same village that we're all dropping. We'll just be ahead of them.
If you're okay with being out of the loop for a minute here, Artie. You'll be on comlink, but you won't be there.
You can explode at any time. Don't worry.
Well, the first village I would recommend would be at the base of the mountain.
Yep, we'll go there.
Well, give me like 10 seconds to take a bite of my sandwich.
Yep, I want to drop in front of the orphanage to make a cool entrance. Like, the kids don't want to.
I'm gonna stay in the ship and make this all look like a comedy show. You know, just or make them just if any children are watching, just make it look funny. You know.
I'm back. That was delicious. It's pastrami, right? It's pastrami mixed up with dill pickle chunks, mustard, pepperoncinis, and black pepper. Fucking delicious. Oh, and red onion.
Wonderful. I got like 10 minutes and then I gotta go. So if you guys can finish it, just leave me in the ship and I'll just be.
We should probably just end here if that's the case.
No. You guys can continue.
Oh,
if
that's
you want.
fine. No, we can. You're probably gonna be important. I'm not gonna lie. So, I think
Yeah,
it's fine to end here.
Yeah, honestly, if you guys do this without Aztec, you're probably gonna get stomped.
Oh.
As
Okay,
in,
then yeah.
If you do this without all three of you, you're probably gonna get stomped.
Yeah. All right then. Yeah. If you don't mind.
We can end here with Artie having cleared out the bandit camp to catch up. By the way, Artie, you find a zeppelin, like a war zeppelin, which is going to be slower, but is chonky as fuck, to be honest, and is quite easy to control. It has several war machines that you can control from the pilot seat, including a large siege cannon.
Damn.
Oh, he's gone. Let's at least... Not this one. It's helium, not fucking...
It doesn't matter.
What'd you say, Artie?
It's a tough trap.
The fucking Hindenburg was hydrogen, and it had it had thermite fucking paint on the outside. They literally painted the outside of the goddamn blimp with thermite. It depends on the air mixture. With this air mixture, it's safe for balloons, so it's not. Even if a fireball hit the side of this, it would puncture it and start emptying it. It wouldn't ignite.
I was just referring to the Archer episode. of one.
I think you're talking. Yeah, well, that again. Even in
was a
the
bomb.
Archer episode,
Yeah,
it was the bomb, not the
yeah,
blimp.
I know, but it's, it was what.
Well, it could
All right, but-
explode. An angry glare. Yeah, we can end there.
Yeah, I will catch you guys later. I gotta do all this stupid shit and go to sleep.
No PowerPoint this time, but you guys will gain more than one after completing this contract. How many more than one depends on how well.
Okay, works for me.
I will see you guys next week.
Yep.
Next week on Mutants and Masterminds.
We have people adopting children.
News
I won't be
from
back
the
until
war
Thursday,
front.
man.
A bunch of fudge packers drop in on a bandit nest to liberate some peasants to create child soldiers. Tune in next week to see fascism in action.
Alrighty,
You
guys.
guys have a good night. Oh, sorry. I said that with a lung full of smoke. I know we didn't get to combat, but hopefully that was fun. Next week we'll go straight in. And it depends on what you do, whether you'll get into combat, but even if you don't get into combat on the first encounter, there should be some on the second. Because I rolled the dice to see which mission gets taken from you, and the next one that's available will be object retrieval, which you'll definitely need either extreme amounts of stealth or some nice combat on. That one will get you some power points. Anyway, you have a good night, Artie.